What's the wait time on this? Jesus. Oh. Oh, system preferences in game. Network pane of system preferences. Network. That's why. Okay. Alright. Let's how long disabled? Need to go. Let's put that off there. Do Warcraft beta logs. Delete your log file before enabling. Oh, oops. I don't have a log file. Oh, there it is. Delete. Okay, hold on. I get it. It's saying to do it because it's open still. Alright. Let's try to log out. Okay. Let's see if we can delete it now. There we go. That worked. Reconnect. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, so let's make sure that's still on. Okay. Now let's see if it'll work. Wait, am I still queued? Oh no, I re-queued. Wow, I am. Okay. Let's go see if that worked. Not sure. I could always upload it after as well, manually. All right, let's go through these talents. Go to Herald Dungeons. Okay, so Crusader Strike auto attack is pretty good now. Play with him was buffs. I want to try Radiant Glory. We want to switch. I want to try Quick Invocation for dungeons. 30 seconds. We'll pair it with Radiant Glory. Do I want Crusader Strike auto attack? I kind of do. But how do I get it? Divine Storm. We don't even have Divine Hammer, so maybe Sanctify. We get Crusading Strikes. Something like this. And then what's the ability that... No. Okay. During Avenging Wrath. So this is kind of cool the way this works. So during Avenging Wrath, your judgment, your Hammer of Wrath, consumes a charge of Blade of Justice. Now, that almost makes me feel like we should be playing 2 blades, though. So we can take advantage of that talent. But it also, in theory, then if your Art of War is procced, it should also be proccing your Light Within. So basically, when you play Herald now, and this is like one of my criticisms I had, right, or feedback, is that when we were playing Herald, we had too many buttons to press. Hammer of Wrath is empowered, but so is our Blade of Justice, and our Blade of Justice is our Apex talent. So now your Hammer of Wrath will trigger your Blade of Justice, and if it has an Art of War proc, it should trigger the Art of War proc as well. And so Herald runs out of the issue where you had too many buttons to press. So we're hoping that is going to be better. I'm trying to queue for a random dungeon really quick. Maybe I should re-queue because I logged off and it's like just to see if my combat log is working, but it might not matter because I could always upload it later even if it's not working. We could try to upload it later instead. So maybe we just cancel this and we just look for dungeon groups. The only issue we could have, 4 parts of the set. Well, the 4 part of the set is still bugged. No. So is that a confirmed bug, or like I didn't see that addressed at all? Like if it was like a confirmed bug, because obviously they changed it, but if it's not still doing what it's supposed to do, I won't be able to tell to the log. They actually changed the damage meter again. Until I can break down with this Blade of Justice, I won't be able to see it. So I need to get a log up. Because the entire set bonus, the 2 plus the 4 set, was only adding like 2 to 3k DPS, which is really low for a tier set. And I wonder what it's doing now, if anything different. I essentially don't think it's like really adding on the damage. Like it's not combining it. That's what I felt was happening, at least. That was my takeaway. At least they address the tier set. At least they know something's wrong with it. That's half the battle sometimes. Is just having the people working on it know that it's wrong. Oh, anyways, dungeon group. Can we find one? I don't really want to do a 15. These people are like pushing keys here. I guess I could try this 12. They'll invite. I'd do a 10 pit or something. Oh, we got the 10 pit. I think this group just needs a tank. I'll be interested to see how much stronger Herald is. I'm very unhappy with the tier set, so if it's still broken, that's not good. Long day. Yep, I told you, man. I said I'm gonna go offline. It's gonna come up in the next hour. I'll do a video on it. I knew it was gonna happen. They can't just release it during the day. I don't know if this group can find a tank. I can mess around on the dummy a little bit while we wait for the tank, so you guys can kind of see kind of how this is working now. Like, do I know the exact stuff to press in what order yet? No, but I literally just got on, so um so I have Radiant Glory on now. So Radiant Glory was a huge issue before because on Herald you had no time to press buttons. But now our Hammer of Wrath, yeah, they still have months. The Hammer of Wrath is gonna eat a charge of Blade of Justice. So if Art of War is procced, it should also do our Art of War or our Apex talent as well. So we'll just kind of go into it here. I want to see how this eats the charge. Okay, so it eats the charge even normally, so you definitely want to do that. Oh, Divine Toll is Hammer of Wrath too. Okay, so that's probably how it's supposed to be. So Divine Toll equals Hammer of Wrath. I don't know if I like Crusading Strikes here. Because they buffed it, but I'm a little bit Holy Power started. I might go back to Crusader Strike. So that should do our... Yep, so that did our... So Hammer of Wrath does trigger the Art of War proc as well. So during your wings, you're mostly just spamming your Hammer of Wrath. I'm trying to think if there's any even reason not to just spam Hammer of Wrath. I guess when you have no Hammer of Wrath up, but you have Blade of Justice up. So let's see how this works. Oh my gosh, got so many procs. So that's going to eat one charge. That's going to eat another charge. I think ideally... Okay, so then that procs will do another Hammer of Wrath. Hammer of Wrath, it was over, so it didn't eat it. I don't know if we need to play 2-blade or not. I think if you're playing Crusade, you would. But Radiant Glory, I don't know if you do. Because you're not in wings long enough for it to matter. I'm also not getting very lucky on procs. Heck yeah, man. Are you going to go for the 49? Or you just... I think you said yesterday you did the 30. Yep, that's good. They changed the scaling a little bit, so it should be a little bit easier to do than it was before. It's like potentially way easier, but it still takes time to fly around and go to all the different key areas, the dungeons. Okay, it is logging now. Good. Let's see. Okay, so I can actually... Let me hit one for a while. I can try to see what this tier set's doing, if it's doing anything different. Log is working. If only any tanks were online. Alright, so let's hit this again. Let's reset data here. Not that it really matters, but... And we're going to hit it for a extended period. So that'll eat a charge. That'll eat a charge. There's no charge to eat, but we just hold it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we need the 2 for this or not. Or we do like Crusader Strike. During wings, we won't ever need to press a Crusader Strike. It'll just be... Oh, the achievement for killing stuff? Yeah. That takes time. But I mostly just want to see what our tier set's doing here. This feels a lot better, just naturally, than what it did before. I don't feel like I'm just overwhelmed by button presses. Oh, I pressed that just too early. Oh, and the wings I did, that's it. Art of War proc. That's a big button press too. You get your Hammer of Wrath, you get your Blade of Justice, and you get your Apex talent hitting. I gotta get used to my Divine Toll being 30 seconds. I'll take time. Also, just not getting many Art of War procs. But I'll use Blade. That'll use another Blade. So that's ideally how you want it to happen. With Radiant Glory, you want to get both two Blades with two Hammer of Wraths, or Divine Toll being a Hammer of Wrath. It's free damage. Do it again. Okay, there's one. We get another one, but no Art of War procs, so ideally you could actually get three, but you have to get an Art of War proc. So even in Radiant Glory Wings, you could get three Hammer of Wrath Blade combos as long as you get at least one Art of War proc. That would be like the high roll, I guess. We'll wait for that. Oh, we didn't wait. There we go. Definitely, I'm noticing way less Art of War procs. I wonder if something was changed on that internally. I felt like it was proccing constantly before. Might be something with the Crusader Strike auto attack. Oh, yeah. Because my attacks are slower. That's what it is. So I don't know if I like that. Because it's your auto attacks have a 50% chance. That's why it's slower. So yeah, I think we actually get rid of that. And this is an AoE build, so we'll go to that. I want those Art of War procs. Alright, let's check this combat log out. I want to see if the tier set's doing anything. It seems like it's taking a while for it to update. This one was kind of long. Oh, no, it wasn't. Yeah, it's not doing anything. I mean, that wasn't enough time, to be fair, on the one that I'm looking at now. Hmm. Deeply troubling. Let me just go from here to here. Still too short, but okay. So it is slightly higher. Not by a lot. It's close enough that it could just be margin of error. See. Let's see if this. I wonder if it just takes a long time for it to like update. Yeah, we'll just have to wait. All right. For a little short one I did, it was doing slightly more, but it could have just been margin of error though. But either way, it's not a super increase. Like this is supposed to be more. I don't know. Maybe I need to like lean into more when I talk about the tier set, saying that it's bugged and not that it's just bad. Because I don't think it's working right. No tanks, huh? Can I look at groups and see if other group have a tank? All right, we're gonna leave at my own peril. We gotta find a tank. There we go. Tank group, take me. Seat. Oh, I really don't want to do seat, but oh well. Yeah, there's plenty of healers on. There's no tanks. Yep, full. Wade Scar Arena. Normal. No tanks on. 13 Algathar. The problem is the people who test stuff were probably up all night testing stuff. And now there's nobody on. Oops. Oh, Skyreach. I want to do seat, but it's gonna queue for anything with a tank. Da-da-da-da. The other thing we could do is we could. It's not good on dummies because there's so many bugs with dummies, but I could do single target testing. Here we go. Oh, let me sign up for this real quick. I just gotta go. I don't want to do this, but yeah. Go to see the triumvirate. Now we're not having any DPS sign up. What is going on? I was watching some people play Ashes of Creation a little bit last night. You know, I wish it was. I always want there to. I think it'd be cool for me at least if there's like another. And I know there's people who like other MMOs, but if there's another really good one, and that way there's always something to play, like even when one's really in a dead spot. But I don't know if it's going to be Ashes of Creation. It was a little rough, but I mean it's still their alpha, but who knows? And then Diablo 4 randomly came out with Paladin last night, so people were playing that too. All right, we're gonna get going soon here. Oh, my son's very excited. Oops, let me click ready here. I got a text message from my wife. They're at the store and they actually have Pokemon cards in. I told him he can get a couple packs. Yeah, D4 trying to get people to play again. I just can't go back to D4 even with a new class. I want to play D4. I just don't have time. All right, let's get this started. Oops, I didn't mean to pull though. That's my bad. Oh, whoa, bubble, bubble. Yeah, I'm doing no damage. This is not great. I mean, I'm doing similar to the shaman, I guess, but DK is just so strong. Yeah, I'm testing Herald right now, Thomas. I'm also just trying not to die. This is a little bit rough. I have maybe I have enemy names turned off. Oh, there's a lot of people here. The DK is just destroying me right now. I actually forget the mechanics of this boss, unfortunately. Oh yeah, don't stand in the purple. I know that. I think there's might be some ads. Oh, we're supposed to kill the ads. Yep, there we go. All right, good enough. Thought there was ads. All right, we got more ads. The lay on hands into the thing there. The tank's down. DK is just on another whole level damage wise. This is crazy. Graveyard, wherever that is, doing 13k. Plague, 11k. And my Dawnlight's next at 6,000. I DC'd. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, this DK is popping off. He's doing 159k overall. Just reset. Yeah, that's a good idea. My kid's so happy. They never have Pokemon cards at the store. You know what? Maybe we should try. Let's try some Templar real quick too, and we'll compare it to the Herald on the first part there. So we'll say about 80k, 84k before things started going really bad, and we'll compare it directly with the same group, the same dungeon. You know, only half of the Death Knight. So we'll see as long as this tank is still here. Okay. So now we'll do the same exact thing and see if like when we're, halfway through the boss or so, if we're still at like 84k or where we're at. And that'll be a direct comparison. Yeah, I mean that's a lot. I've seen some stuff close to that, but then it drops off when we get to a boss or something, but he wasn't dropping off at all. He just has so many different passive effects doing more damage than like buttons I have to press. Like our Apex talent, I was doing 5,000 DPS with our Apex talent. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 things doing better than our Apex talent. So, yeah, that's rough. I need to make sure. Am I like spec'd correctly for this? I don't want Radiant Glory. Yeah, let's just try it. It's too late now, anyways. We want the 1-to-1 comparison, anyways, but still. So let's see if I can do better now. Let's reset this on the damage meter. I have a combat log too, but let's reset this on the damage meter. I'm doing less damage right now. I'm doing less than the tank at the moment. Our damage is pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. They have big cooldowns though. This is Elishan and DK. Oop. They're also just more tanky than me. Pretty much everything about them is better than me. I mean, I'm definitely feeling Templar more than this. This is bad. Yeah, single target. I'll try some dummy stuff, but there's some problems with dummies. But this is bad. It's so the TLDR Herald feels better, and the damage is probably better too, but the damage is just terrible. The damage is awful, I would say. Like, we're getting just destroyed by the tank. At least we were beating the tank on Herald. We were at least beating the tank. We were actually beating the Shaman too on Herald. If you weren't here, we just did this first room pull, and our tank DC'd, so we just reset. So then I decided to do it with Templar so we could compare it 1-to-1. And Templar so far is just much worse. I mean, it's not that much worse. Right now I'm like 10k behind. They're both pretty bad, but ooh, we barely got that. Yeah, this is like markedly worse. So at this point with Herald, I was at 84k, and I'm at 61k. Oh, I'm gonna jump to you. Run, please. Or not. Oh, then my tank's got it. Job by the tank. I knocked into that pool because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it's not great. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and act like it's good when it's not. Like, it feels fine. I'm pressing my buttons, they all make sense, but then they just don't do anything. Yeah, we finished the boss here. House bubble. This is troll though, how low damage I did. This is overall, right? Yeah. Just terrible. Markedly lower than the tank. Yeah. Lots of buttons and doing nothing. That's what I'd say is happening right now. Literally doing nothing. Yeah, I like that too. But this damage on Templar, man, I'm regretting switching to Templar. I'm not gonna lie. This is just troll. I tried to tell people that they were getting all that extra damage from the Divine Toll bug. Like, oh no, it's not that big a deal. It is, man. You're doing nothing without that Divine Toll bug. Woof. I know what I'm making a video about tonight. Yeah, they're at Discord. They're obsessed with Templar. And they just, like, they don't want to play anything else, so they just... I just want them both to be good, personally. So I have, like, options. Maybe I can beat the tank by the end of the dungeon. That's my goal. Beat the tank by end of dungeon. Harold, I was at least keeping up with the shaman. That's something. I feel like I'm not getting Light's Deliverance stacks. Is that what's happening too? Am I not getting Light's Deliverance stacks? Okay. So that's a bug. I'm not getting the free Hammer of Light either. Like, I'm never getting the Hammer of Light proc. That's a big deal. I mean, that wouldn't make up for all the damage, but that's it is a lot. So they fixed the Divine Toll bug, but then they introduce a new one. Yeah, there's no Light's Deliverance stacks. Oh, Wake of Ashes. Yeah, that's crazy, huh? I'm gonna have a lot to talk about in a video at least, because this is appalling. Wait, I just got a Light's Deliverance. So Light's Deliverance is working now. Something is eating the stacks. Hold on, I just saw I had 2 stack. Okay, I have stacks again. I'm at 21, 23. I wonder. So it says when. Are you kidding me? Guys, I'm so freaking troll right now. I'm so troll. I'm so freaking troll right now. Why is this not on my bar? Okay, never mind. I will beat the tank in damage at least. I'm not going to talk about that. We will at least beat the tank in damage. I was playing Radiant Glory, but I don't know why it would have. Why it wasn't on my. I was always playing Crusade on Templar. Okay, we're recalibrating our expectations now. With no cooldowns, I was almost doing the same damage as a tank. That's a positive outlook. All I know is that this boss has a bunch of like annoying things. Question is, how much can we come back from our deficit here? Still can't touch this DK, of course, but no passive HP. I think it's fine. It's jarring if you're not used to it, right? But I think it's overall okay. It makes your button presses more impactful for sure. All right, so we are almost caught up to the tank now, at least. That was my bad. I don't know why it wasn't on my bar though, because I've always had Crusade for tank. I'm gonna catch him now. I don't know if you noticed what happened. I didn't have my Avenging Wrath on my bar because I was just playing Radiant Glory with Herald, and I didn't have it on my bar like a idiot. So I was doing no cooldowns. Not ideal. There'll probably be a pull or two before I pass the tank. I might be able to catch back up to the Shaman too. Yeah, it is different bars, but I thought I was using I thought I already had Crusade on for Templar, which means I should have already had it on my bar, but clearly not. Over to the triumvirate. Yeah, so we'll pass the tank here shortly, and then we'll especially if we do a big pull. Then we'll try to come for the shaman. Okay, we just passed the tank. So we aren't literally doing tank damage. That was just my mistake. But we are also not doing DK damage. Holy crap. Oh my gosh, can they stop hitting me with this? The other problem though is like since I don't have like a group I do stuff on beta, like I could be in a group with like not very good players as well in theory. I think the DK is probably fine. But like if I somehow catch up to the shaman, it's probably just because the shaman doesn't know what he's doing. is the honest truth. After not using my cooldowns for the first third of the dungeon. I knew something was off because I'm like, this is not. Nothing is correct here. I'm not getting my Light's Deliverance stacks. Ooh, this is a scary pull. Oh, I'm dead. What the heck hit me there? Oh, just melees. Just a bunch of melees. I'm getting like a little bit of stutter for some reason. I like this visual. Alright, the tank was able to pass me because I died on that pull. I really like the visual of this spell right here. It's very easy to track. Ooh, two of them. That's like a perfect. So they seem to rotate at certain angles or something, or certain degrees maybe. No, that time it stayed still, so I don't know. Seems like it's aiming it at something. I don't really want to use cooldown here. All right, so this boss, I know you, at least the old version of it, you have to kill the ads really fast. It's like the main thing. Okay, so we're dealing with this mechanic again. Yeah, I assume we have to kill these things. More. I'm guessing we have to kill all of them. Kind of crazy. To be honest, I'm still barely beating the tank, and like he just passed me again. So I did die though. It's a pretty important thing. Oh, to be a DK, to just eat the mechanics, do the most damage. All right, we gotta kill more of these things. All right, it's dead at least. I think next thing I'll do is I'll do a full one with Harold, a full dungeon, and then a full one with Templar. Divine Storm, Blade of Justice, that counts Experg as well. Hammer of Light, Light Within, Wake of Ashes, Join Hammer. Empyrean Hammer is not doing anything compared to retail, at least. Whoa, I didn't know this. They added this to this boss. Holy crap! Yeah, I guess we just have to like aim these at different. Oh, we have to hit these guys. Oh, that's what I thought we had to do. What the heck is going on? Oh, you have to fan them out, and then it leaves an opening, maybe. This boss fight's completely different. I know this one from a little bit back in the day. Supposed to hit this maybe? Okay. It's the burn, I guess. I wish I knew it was coming up. Of course, I get my wings right out of the burn. There we go. We did it. Somehow we even timed it with me tuning. This dungeon was actually in Legion. Unholy seems to be doing well. Not RET. So I did beat the tank. I would have beat the tank by more if I was using my cooldowns, obviously. Probably similar to the shaman. Let's see. I'm down to do another one with this group. Once that tank didn't DC, it was fine. Wonder if they want to do another one. You guys want to do anything? Do any more? I'm testing different talents. Trying to do a good amount. Lesser ghouls using their big damage ability every global without using energy. So for Unholy, the reason the DK is doing so much damage is the ghoul is just spamming its main attack over and over again. Alright, let's do Herald for a whole dungeon. And play Radiant Glory with it. Yeah, so that must be what this graveyard thing is. It's probably the minion. And then it's probably doing other things as well. Let me see the combat log. See the triumvirate. I can see if the tier set's doing anything. Okay. Exberg is... Okay, it is doing more than it was doing, but not by a lot. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it's like... So let's see. 20% plus... I mean, 3,300. Let's see, 3,300 divided by 50,000. This is a bad run to do it on because... Hold on. 3,300 divided by 50,000. So the tier set was doing almost 7% there, but that was a very bad run. So it was like, that's over representing it. Yeah, 50% more of 0 is still 0. So it was about 7%, but I wasn't, it was a higher number than it should have been because I wasn't using my cooldowns at the start. So it might still actually be, it's probably, instead of 3%, it's probably like 5 or 6 or something. We'll see on a real one though. On a one where I'm using everything. Oops, when I'm doing everything properly. New window. Oh, good. This one actually has color. Oh, this one's working. This one looks proper too. Still can't break it down though. All right, never mind. They're all gone. So let's try to find a new group. 10 competitive. I don't know if I mean seat would be good to compare it to. Everyone's doing seat for some reason. I'd rather do Algathars. Let's see if I can get this Algathar. Sweet. Algathar it is. Let's reset this. We'll do a Herald full dungeon. I know before buffs I was doing like 50k on like a random dungeon overall. Which to be fair is what I just did with Templar while not playing properly. Let me see this log again. So Light Within. Light Within was 4th in damage. Divine Hammer is doing pretty good. Percent wise, I think the abilities are like percent wise doing enough. Execution Sentence isn't. Execution Sentence needs buffed dramatically. For Execution Sentence to be like a bottom talent here, it is way too weak. It's a Execution Sentence. The is that the dot version of it or the one of the parts of Execution Sentence barely did more than Shield of Vengeance. The defensive exploding. So Execution Sentence is way too weak. Judgment does nothing. Final Verdict's DPS was pretty dang low too for single target. Again, some of this is because I wasn't using my cooldowns early on. If I go only from like this point on when I was using my cooldowns, let's see what it looks like. Here, I can pull it over here while that we fill this group. Okay, adds all over. So Xperg. Okay. 53. So Xperg did a little bit more even once I started playing more correctly. That's good. Melee, Final Verdict. Judgment does nothing. Judgment does less damage than our... Just like Execution Sentence. Execution Sentence and Judgment do nothing. And then Hammer of Wrath. That's really bad. High Lord's Judgment, our Mastery does nothing. Absolutely awful. That's not good. I mean, compared to the DK, nothing we do does anything, but he had like 10 abilities stronger than all of ours. I guess so, because right now our mastery is just awful. So 19% chance that our thing. So it'll be crit verse unless they. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna be giving feedback. I'm gonna be doing my best to try to help us out, man. But I do not like the current trajectory, in my opinion, of just going away from mastery. Like, I don't know. It's kind of silly. Execution Sense not doing anything is terrible because they like redid it, and it's supposed to be like a Final Reckoning plus Execution Sentence, yet it does no damage. The initial hit does no damage, and the actual Execution Sentence does no damage. But at least, so when I do a video tonight on this, I'll at least have logs that I can show how bad the damage is. And things can always get tuned, but what's important, in my opinion, is showing what percentage of the damage it's doing. Like Execution Sentence is doing 2% of our damage. You know, why is an ability down here, a 1 minute cooldown, doing 2% damage? Why is it doing the same damage as our, Shield of Vengeance or whatever? Like, that doesn't make sense. There's Shield of Vengeance. Yeah, so Execution Sentence right here. Now it has two parts, right? It has the initial hit and it has the actual explode. They're both very similar damage on that log, but it's doing similar damage to this random Shield of Vengeance talent here on the Paladin side. That's crazy. Yeah. So that's not acceptable in my opinion. I mean, Final Verdict's just weak as well in general. But at least I'll have some stuff to show and be like, hey, this is not good. We need our 5% again. We need a lot right now. We gonna chill play. If it okay for you, stay. Okay. I'm reading party chat. All right, so our goal is to break 60K on this. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can break 60K overall. I also don't, to be fair, like I don't have my gear enchanted or anything either. Some people do. I just have all the gear on. I don't have it like all kitted out yet or anything. Yeah, like this guy's he's all kitted out. I should put enchants and stuff on my gear too. I might do that after this. Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, it's not like it's going to be a way more, but it could be like if I'm just barely behind some other people, then it's like not as bad. Then again, this speaks to how poor RET's damage is right now. I've never felt compelled to have my gear enchanted on beta before. I've always done fine. So the fact that I'm even worrying about that is troubling. How I know if this is. Well, let's do haste. Sure, why not? I should probably do verse to try to stay alive. Yeah, I've never been like, oh, I need to enchant my gear on beta before because it's always just been fine, and now it's like, eh. It's even worse in PvP. That's crazy. I mean, I'm popping off here at the start. Gonna fall off quick though. Yeah. All right, that was pretty good. Big pulls are good, clearly. Some of this is Herald, but some of this is just these big pulls. We'll send that. Try another Agothos for Templar. You're right. Wait, is there something weird in this dungeon? Why are the numbers so big? I guess I'll see what it really is on the log. Gotta res this guy. Health patch. Can't believe we got all that down. Oh no. I was not ready for that pack. Stack up. Yeah, forgot to stack. Got way too much health. Guys, I can't be the only interrupt. Oh my gosh. Nobody is interrupting the branch thing. And Matonka here, the warlock, just likes to die a lot. This time I'm gonna full pad because we need to, honestly, to kill the branch. We need to kill ads, yeah, obviously. Problem was without the warlock we weren't able to. Oh no, that's not a good time for lust. Threw my kick for no reason. At least we got it dead. I wanted to pad a little bit too much. Literally didn't even wait for the tank to do one global. Warlock's destroying these. So, take him back in there. Oh, we got our B-Res back. Oh no. And we wipe anyways. That's just a honestly, if that DH just didn't do that though, it would have been fine. If he wouldn't have just literally popped everything on the second they spawned and killed himself. We cleared too many ways with just two of us. That's too hard. Too much healing, too much tank surviving. Okay. Oh yeah, the ability timer. That's the new one. Yeah, I wish it had the name still. I'm gonna have to get used to. Dang it, we both got hit by that. I'm gonna have to get used to that. It's gonna bubble. What the? I did not see myself in anything that time. Uh, they made that mechanic so much easier to see, and somehow I'm just not. I'm struggling to see it. I don't think we're gonna be able to do this. I don't think the tank should have died there though. I don't think he has something up or needs to save something for that. I aggro them all. Yeah, you're the tank. You're supposed to aggro them all. Um, is there? I guess I need run. Is there? Is there any CD you can save for that or anything? I don't know. Done. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about. I was gonna sack him if I had bubble up, but I didn't. Alright, let's try again. I also got hit by stupid stuff multiple times. Trying to stick with you, Tank. Feel that first set so easy. Wait, I'll just sack him there. Wait, why do I have aggro? I'm so confused. Let me rat. She calls me out for not using it all the time. Yeah, man. If we don't have some way to survive it, we're in trouble. I'm not sure what happened there. I think maybe the tank was trying to run or kite, and we pulled aggro off the lashers. I mean, this is definitely not going to be a. This is a rough dungeon here. I don't know why people. So here's a weird thing, right? And this isn't to crap on anybody, Nalabe or whoever here, but why are you doing plus 12 keys when you clearly don't know how to? Like, you have no idea what you're doing. Why are you in here doing a plus 12? It doesn't make sense. Make a plus 6. I'll join that. I'm just trying to get some data here. I think on the beta though, I think you could make I think you can make any key without an affix. I think you get to put the affixes on the key. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. So you can make like a +5 and have 0 affixes on it. Oh, he killed himself again. And me. He just has no threat at all. I thought he had threats, but he didn't. Tank just has no idea what he's doing. Maybe he's too used to weak auras. I don't know if this guy even knows how to use weak auras. I don't know, man. He's pretty clueless here. I'm getting aggro. Yeah, you are. I know why you're getting aggro. You're hitting them with your spirit bomb the second they spawn. I don't know why I'm getting aggro when I'm waiting for them to get gripped up. I'm being a good boy. Can you go faster to the circle, please? No idea what that means. Yeah, I don't think he has any idea what he's doing, if I'm being completely honest. Gosh, that was on me. Why would you waste a battle res on that? I'm gonna lay on hands him. Okay, we somehow stabilized. Yeah, they stunned him. Tank probably has no threat. Nope, he doesn't. We might survive it though, from kiting. But we have Germinate now. I think I just hold cooldowns for the next burst forth. Go on the branch here. Trusted somebody would get that. They did. That's good. Try to stack on tank. Got that. Alright. Popping and just trying to go all out. I think we did it. Just finish boss here. The miracle! Oh, key's over, and we just finished the first boss. Honestly, with how weak execution sentence is now, I don't even know if it's worth taking. You're right, I have lots of data. Lots of points to look at. You just have to LOS this, right? Yeah. The single target's surprisingly good with Herald. I mean, it's not that surprising with what they buffed, but I just need to get used to using my Hammer of Wrath to proc my blade. Committing. Yeah. I like the Hammer of Wrath changes too. They made Herald. Herald feels so much better now. So now for Herald, I think they just need to get the damage tuning right. And I think Templar doesn't feel bad. I think what feels bad is like having, a capstone talent and have like execution sentence and have it not do any damage. I think that's what feels bad. Yeah, I liked Final Reckoning as well. So it looks like, granted, this I don't know if this DH is any good, but it looks like for AOE pulls, I'm a little bit behind the Warlock, and then for single target, I'm a little bit behind the DH. Giga chat on retail. Can't beat the tank. Yeah, I mean, we just had an issue like that in the last one, too. It was because of my own fault, but slightly ahead of tank, but this tank isn't very good either. I mean, this one we're doing fine, but in the last one. We need some love for sure. But it's a little better, yeah. So Herald feels a lot better. Templar felt better as well, but not very much better. It actually felt worse technically because they fixed the Divine Toll bug, so you can't cheese damage that way anymore. So Herald feels pretty good. There's still like underlying problems with it, like the way it's designed, but it feels pretty good overall. I really like the Hammer of Wrath triggering your Blade of Justice. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's always hard for me to tell how good other specs are doing because I don't know how good the players I'm playing with are. Like unless I play with somebody who I literally like I've seen them or I know that they do like high end stuff or whatever. Either they're a known person or like you see them on the top of the leaderboards and stuff like that. Yeah, don't we need to like do something with these balls? Oh, I don't have it bound. Okay, so there's a burn phase. I was actually in first place there for a little bit. I'll do it. Healer is struggling to keep up at this point. I just wasted lay on hands. Still have bubble. I can bubble sack. I don't have anything bound correctly. Alright, we gotta get through this. We have nothing left. I just gotta start wogging. Alright, healer must have had some sort of cooldown there. Can't kill the tree boss, kill the bird boss. Definitely a tank issue. Warm up boss, yeah. We just need to warm up for 50 minutes. The good thing about how long this dungeon is, I'm really going to see how much the tier set does. That's a spicy pull. Oh, we're dead. Tank dead. DH is about to pass me here. Which that tells me, based on how this DH is played, that I'm probably only ahead of him because he doesn't really know what he's doing. Yeah. Oh, the tank's just standing in the frontal. That's why he's dying. Oh my goodness. This poor tank. Sorry, Nalabe. I'm ripping on you a lot, but he ain't very good. Halfway through the game. I will say the burst is really good for Rat. So like the very start of the poll with Wake of Ashes and any kind of Apex talent procs and all that stuff, it's really good. It just falls off pretty quickly. Tank standing in the frontal again. I mean, this tank, man. Changes we were going back to big burst window, slower damage between. Yeah, that's what it seems like. At least, at the very least, for Herald, but maybe for both. All I know is all those Herald changes needed to happen. Those are the things I've been talking about, and I've been testing Herald out more than most people because a lot of people, like from their at Discord, they prefer Templar, but because of that Templar bug, that's why I wasn't testing it that much. And I will say it's noticeable when that it's gone. Yeah. The divine toll giving you hammer of light's gone now. So that's fixed. So now it doesn't you're not like, you know, completely abusing it for damage anymore. Yeah, they're gonna see how much damage that was giving them. Like I had people, not arguing in a mean way, but like arguing that the bug wasn't that big of a deal. But it's like, yes, it is. It's giving you instant full stacks of Crusade and just speeding everything up in general. So I think that was a it's gonna come to a surprise to some people. How would you say my Knight feels perspective someone who is really worried about the classes being dumbed down? I would say for RET, I mean, if you play Herald, you definitely always have something to press and you always have like a decision to make. I don't know how impactful those are because right now our abilities don't do enough damage. But like for Herald now, for example, like when you have your wings active, you want to press Hammer of Wrath instead of Blade of Justice because it triggers Blade of Justice. So you get two buttons for one ability. Like that's a level of thought. Like I know that's not the most complex thing in the world, but that's a level of thought that wasn't there before. So it depends what class you're playing, probably. But I think RET feels honestly. I think if for anything, RET feels harder is not the right word, but more more thoughtful. On retail, I don't have to think about anything really. Yeah, it's kind of just rearranging around what does the damage and how it does the damage. And of course, the new Apex talent. Yeah, with the that's a big thing. So I have the double. I do not like double blade. I have it because with the new change, it might be good with the Hammer of Wrath. But I mean, it's going to be different because of weak auras. If you're not somebody who used a ton of weak auras, then it won't be as different to you. Yeah, same exact thing that Thomas is saying. If you were really reliant on weak auras, it'll be very different. But if you didn't really use them like me, it won't be that different. In fact, it'll probably just be better. Yeah, same thing. That's all. I only use weak orders really that my raid team required when I was still raiding, and now, yeah, I'll be pretty happy. Yeah, the limit weak auras. Yeah, we used those for raid the last couple tiers that we raided, like Gallywix and a Nubersack or whatever. Okay, we have to soak these things. He almost died. Uh, I guess I'll get two. That's probably not good. Yeah, you don't need to think with those, huh? Which makes it even more frustrating when your raid team keeps wiping and you're using those. I'll get that. And we did. Do not take it. It's so weird for me having not being able to like carry the damage. Stinks. Oh, the tank DC'd. Well, that explains why I died. Well, if this group falls apart, I'm not going to be too sad. GG. Yeah, the Warlock wants to leave. I don't blame him. Thanks for the run. Was fun. Yeah, we're leaving. All right. I'm fine with that. This was a fairly miserable thing. Let's look at the logs a little bit. Let's then switch to Templar and try that out. I wonder if it takes a while for it to load the log. All right, we can look at this real quick at least. All right, so we have Dawnlight, that which got buffed a lot. It's now doing actual damage. Sun's Avatar is doing damage, but it always was. Apex talent got buffed. It's about the same spot, maybe a little bit lower. Wake of Ashes plus dot, Blade Justice plus dot, Divine Storm. Sunseer's doing something. Execution Sentence is really bad. That's what we're talking about here. Execution Sentence doing barely more damage than auto attack. That's obviously it's in two parts, right? It's the hit of Execution Sentence, and then it's the damage over time effect. This part of Execution Sentence is worse than Consecration. That's not good. Hammer of Wrath does nothing. Judgment does nothing. Our Mastery does literally nothing. Like, we might as well not have Mastery. So that needs to be addressed. I'll talk about that. I'll talk about the Mastery being worthless. Execution Sentence being really bad. Those are probably the things I need to focus on for that, at least. Why is this not updating? Only showing Seat of the Triumvirate. I don't know if it's because I didn't complete the key or what, but it's not loading the key on the log. I'm sure it's still there. If I load it manually, I'm sure it'll still be there. Maybe if I get in combat with something else, we'll do a target dummy. No, still not showing it. Hmm. Well, let's make sure it works for the next one. We'll end this log. Yeah, it's not on there, so oh, because I have it on. All right. Dungeons. Algathars would be ideal. This is a lower key, but we could try a lower key, I guess. All right. So we'll do Algathars with Templar. I don't know why it didn't log the Algathars. It was on still. Oh, you think it might just be taking a while? Okay. Hey, did you reset it, dude? Templar. Looks like he went in. All right, let's compare it here. I have mastery buff with this group. Not that the mastery does literally anything, so it doesn't really matter. We're pulling everything? I mean, it's a +7, we probably can. Big pull is definitely good for Templar here. Definitely popping off. This is only a +7 too, so good first pull, but again, not sure how meaningful that is or not, but it was very big, and we didn't do that big a pull on 12. Yeah. You didn't kill that void emissary, which is tragic. Hopefully the tank can live here. Oh, we got it. Wonder what the difference was. Blade's doing about the same. What the? Oh, it's because I'm in combat with this thing. I remember that same exact thing. There was a different affix that summoned an ad one of the seasons, and if the ad was summoned in Dragonflight, people were dying in the MDI to it. It was funny. Eh. The thing is, I don't know if my damage is actually even higher. If this group is just much worse. I shouldn't have used my cooldowns here. Oh, that Algathar Academy's in the log now. You were right. It just took forever. So we'll be able to at least look at that one after this one. Why are we putting it into different goals? That's so weird. That's crazy. Wait, are we gonna stun the boss or whatever? Definitely a bit weaker in single target. Templar, that is. At least this key should go faster, and then we should be able to compare the well, whenever it loads, we should be able to compare this Algathar versus the last. Okay, thanks for that, guys. Appreciate it. And we lusted, okay. So I get to miss lust as well. Wonderful. The patented lust while the highest DPS is not in the pull strategy. Works every time. Soak. Yeah, soak the balls. Man, this boss is annoying. Just the same thing over and over again. From high extent. I guess I'll get quick up. Oh, it's because I have it on damage done. DPS. Okay, 65k. Yeah, I'm not doing that much more damage at all. My group is just doing much less damage. wonder if they got the resource bar beta fixed yet. I'd like to have that on. Yeah, I can't believe I made it here. I was just saying, I'm not actually doing more damage. It's just my group's doing much less damage, unfortunately. But we can see exactly the difference. Oops. That still give you a buff. Oop, bubbling. I've never seen this room so full before. I thought they like despawned back in the day. Tried to run out with that. I swore these things used to despawn so much faster. Alright, about 60k overall. Algothar Academy. Bada boom. Guess we'll do loot. Thank you guys. Yes. GG's. No, that's on there. Did it? Wait, did it not put my other one on? Or where's this one? Okay, so actually my Herald run was a lot higher. So that was 60k overall. My Herald run on that terrible dungeon, despite it going terribly, was at 75.8. So let's see the breakdown here. Despite it going so terribly. Xberg actually doing proper stuff here, so let's see. The normal Xberg is much lower. Almost 6 out of 75.8. Okay, we're starting to get there. Tier set did about 8% ish. That's rounding a lot. Let me get them both up. Um, it's actually even lower on the combat log. It was 55. All right. Divine Storm. I mean, so Herald must really benefit with Divine Storm because that's doing just way more damage, twice as much. Blade of Justice 10, Blade of Justice 9, Light Within 6, Light Within a little under 6, so that's just the same. Obviously, that's the Apex. Wake of Ashes 5-7. Wake of Ashes way more. That was bigger pulls, though, probably. It's hard to say because we got to do. But I was on that tree boss for so long, and that's so much AoE. We were also pulling faster in this group, so it's not the DPS isn't too big of a deal to compare. It's just such a different group. Wait, is this the good group or the bad group? I can't figure it out. Yeah, this is Herald. Herald is the bad group. It's I would. Yeah, and this is so the reason why this isn't fair though, if you think about it, is I'm just doing the tree boss over and over and over and over again. Yeah, so it's not really a good comparison. But this is quite low. I mean, this is about what I was doing before the patch on Templar, like low 50Ks. So that makes sense. I think what I really need to do is Herald in an actual group and not a terrible group, and see if Herald is higher than low 50s. Is what I actually need to do. The other thing is with Herald in particular is execution sentence is so bad. We'd have to get rid of judge and jury. But do we just take crusade? That's like another option. So you still play Radiant Glory, but you play crusade with it. Because execution sentence isn't doing anything. And you're basically betting that Crusade's going to do more damage than that terrible execution sentence, and Judge Jury is actually good, but I need to get into an actual good group. Yeah, ES needs a major buff. It's way too low damage. It's not worth taking for like whatever it is. It ends up being like what? What we can just look. I already closed that. Let's see what percent of damage in the run that we finished execution sentence did. Um, execution sentence. If we combine the two, we got 3.2 out of 54.8. 54.8. About 6%. I mean, you would like it to be a little bit stronger than that, I feel like. .2, but like your passive divine hammer is doing more than your execution sentence in that case. Yeah, it's two talents combined, and then it's like it's doing less than our passive divine hammer. Final verdict's doing nothing too, though. Like that's disappointing. Mastery does literally nothing. I've already talked about that. I should write some of the stuff down. Let me. Mastery does nothing. Pull this over here. Mastery does nothing. ES damage too low for it being a FR ES hybrid. Final verdict very weak. Oh, Judgment Hammer of Wrath worthless. Judgment Hammer of Wrath worthless. Suppress. They're probably slightly less worthless on Herald, but probably not by a lot. I'll put worthless to press for Templar. I'll make it a little bit more specific there. Basically every button is worthless. That's not good, is it? Basically every button is worthless. No. Alright, let's see if we can find... Oh, there's no groups going on right now. We still have a lot of data. It's imperfect data because a lot of that dungeon was so bad, but Divine Storm feels good when you're on Herald, but I think the spenders feel good on Herald because of all the stuff that amplifies them. Yeah, it's a dungeon. It's supposed to be the highest. But like Final Verdict being so low, because like, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't looked at a log in a while. But on retail right now, Final Verdict isn't, even in a dungeon, isn't that like your 5th damage or something like that? Like, isn't it still pretty high just from doing the bosses? It being like the 20th thing is not good, or however far down it was. Alright, we'll do a +5 maybe. That'll be quick too. If they invite me. Yeah, see where Final Verdict normally is, because it's way too low, I feel like. Seats. I mean, I guess it's not as low as I said. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. But, yeah. But technically, it's behind, like, Exberg and stuff, too. So it's, like, 9th. On that log, at least. I don't think it's normally 9th. I want to say it was in the top 5, usually. Because it should be Divine Storm, Empyrean Hammer, Hammer of Light, maybe Exberg or Blade and Exberg and stuff, and then Verdict, maybe? Let me make sure I'm in Herald. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Any of my stuff, do I? Perfect jump. So we don't have execution sentence anymore, where it's not going to bother. It's worthless. It's just behind Blade of Justice. Do you know, like, what position is it in? Is it in the top 5? I want to say it would be 5th. Seventh, but DS is 5th. So Blade of Justice did a ton of damage on that pull. Oh yeah, Wake of Ashes. I was forgetting that. Judgment too, yeah, because it. Yeah, judge. So judgment is actually the one that's like just really out of pocket low. Oh, I got aggro. I'm not ripping aggro this time. Oh, we killed boss. Easy. Warlock overtook me there, so I would dare to say that Herald or Templar's better for big pulls. Yeah, Judgment was like the third lowest thing. That's kind of crazy. There's no point of even pressing this stuff other than you have to build holy power. And it only gives you one holy power too. Imagine that. It's that worse damage and it gives you less holy power. And our mastery sucks, so the mastery doesn't do anything if you have that talent. That's just like that's really bad. Well, it's my start for single target. Guess so. The mid-sized pulls, Harold's really good at. So as long as you're like in that 8 target cap, it feels really good. Yeah, the light cone is the Apex talent, which also got buffed. And then with the way Herald works, when you have a Hammer of Wrath, so you're in your wings, it'll trigger your a charge of blade, so it'll trigger your Art of War too, or the Apex Cone thing. I don't know. This actually feels pretty good without the execution sentence because everything's just 30 seconds. Wake's 30 seconds. I have Divine Toll at 30 seconds. I mean, it's very simple, but it feels kind of good. You don't really have to worry about holding your cooldowns because you always have cooldowns. Yeah, it's very similar. I'm popping off at single target damage. Oh, you need to heal there, bucko. We're all gonna die. I didn't quite time the burn. Got a little bit into it. I don't think it's ever worth holding cooldowns though when all you have is 30 seconds. Honestly, the play might be Templar Strikes, and then you just don't ever press Judgment. Yeah. Oh, we got. Don't run, guys. You're gonna die. Don't run off the edge. Are they gonna die? Oh, they didn't get in combat like I did. It keeps spawning on me. It's like Blizzard's trying to assassinate me, man. We're in the pool here. I'm not gonna lie though, even though it feels like so much better, it's not like that far ahead of Templar. Yeah, they're doing a good job at assassinating Rat. Unfortunately. I would love to see like what their mindset was on changing some of the things. Like, we're gonna make Judgment do no damage. Like, is that even intended? Because like sometimes, and I know maybe I give people benefit of the doubt more than others, but sometimes I wonder if they even understand that like something's doing so low of damage. Because like the dev probably works on more than just one thing. Yeah, the rework was absolutely glory times. I had so much fun playing the game during that rework and right after it. Okay, we're doing a really aggressive pull here, which is good. If I had cooldowns, it'd be good. Okay. Hunter's popping off in this big pool. I am almost 20k higher than I was on Templar, but we're not done yet. It's probably gonna. My guess is gonna be like 10 to 15k higher, which is still a lot. It's like 20% plus better. Yeah, I just again, I wish I knew how good the players I was playing with are, because most hunters that I play with actually do way better than this. But maybe hunters got nerfed, right? I guess I don't know that, right? Maybe I wasn't paying attention to every other spec. Yeah, that DK was crazy, but I guess that's a bug, so we'll see. What I really wanted for the Apex talent, once I saw what it was, is I instead of having this yellow cone, I wanted it to be like Twilight Devastation, but just yellow. I thought that would have been so cool for an Apex talent, especially like the way it's like described in the wording of it. I thought that would have been awesome. A holy light tornado, exactly. So kind of like Divine Storm, but just like the more like breaking the ground like Twilight Devastation does. Well, yeah, right now that'd be really bad because we'd pull the whole dungeon, then we'd have no damage to do anything about it. I don't know if the player base will ever drop. It's just so many people play it. It's so ridiculous. I mean, it's a good thing, I guess, for me, but like, so many people play RET. Like half the people who play RET could quit playing RET, and it would still be like one of the most played classes. Crazy. All right, so yeah, probably about it's gonna be about 10K higher or so, and it's gonna be like a 20% increase from at fairly comparable key level and everything too between Herald and Templar. If anything, I would say that the Templar group pulled a little bit better than this one. I had inopportune death on both of them as well. I did miss some lust on the Templar one though. I swear I remember these things disappearing faster than this. Bubbling. I don't know, the way this boss is going, it might be less than 20%. Still haven't tried out any like single target either. Alright, so about 8K higher. So probably like still a good amount. It's still like 15% or so more than Templar was. Alright. Thank you for group. Thank you for group. Beef. And let's see if that loaded as fast as the last one did on the log. Yeah, that's still a lot, right? Like, it's not like within range of where you're like, oh yeah, you can play whatever you want. If it's legitimately that much better, then it's like, all right. So let's pull up this one. This one. Oh, okay. So here, this is interesting. The log is much different than. Oh, it might be because of the changes. The logs might not be accurate yet. Like Warcraft logs might not have updated since the changes. But this is way different. It's like 5K different. If this is the case, then they're actually really close. Oops. So this is the 57. This is 57K. This is the one we just did. That my damage meter says is 62. And then this should be the Templar one. Yeah, this is the Templar one. So in this case, they're actually really close. But what is it getting something wrong? Let's move that out of the way. What's this damage meter saying? Divine Storm 13708. I'm gonna pull it back over here so I can have them both open. So This has Divine Storm doing less. The log has it doing less than the damage meter. Blade of Justice 9-3. The log has Blade of Justice at less. Wake at less. Dawnlight less. It has everything less in the Warcraft log, which is weird. Everything's like 500. Every single ability is like 500 DPS less. Almost exactly. Wait. Final Verdict isn't. I wonder why that's different. Eiler's Judgment's accurate. Shield of Vengeance is pretty accurate. The thing is, I don't know which one's more accurate anymore because it's on Blizzard's end, you know. So I don't know if it's more accurate, if the damage meter's more accurate, or if the Warcraft log is more accurate. I did have way better Light Within procs on Templar. Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe it's the ES difference over Crusade. That could be it. And then we also lost our Judge Jury as well, which also is better. More Divine Storms. So as bad as ES is, it might still technically be better. Empyrean Legacy we don't get almost any value out of because of it's a dungeon, so we get some boss value and that's it, but very little. So we're basically losing 5% spender too. Yeah, it's probably not worth it, especially playing Radiant Glory, which I don't even know is better. I just, since it links up with Divine Toll now, I wanted to play it because of that. Very interesting. At the very least, like even if it's not, even if Herald isn't like super better, it's probably at least marginally better. I'm looking at the Rat Discord, see if they said anything interesting. Not really. Oh, right. That's another interesting thing. So 30-second Divine Toll. Divine Toll is what activates our hammers on Templar. So you get double hammers and they got increased damage by 20%, which is interesting to think about. If you take the 30-second toll for AoE, that could be the play there too. But then are you playing Radiant Glory with that as well? A lot of stuff to go over, honestly. There's so much stuff. I was going to do a little bit of single target. Before I forget. You think Herald's still much better? I think it probably is. It should be. Like I probably it could be the ES difference, like you said, and the judge jury difference. Maybe with ES judge jury, that margin's a bit higher. Maybe Crusade's just not worth, especially Crusade Radiant Glory. You want to test out the single target a little bit here. Try to think about this logically. So before for single target, Crusade was definitely the play. This is the talents that I had that were doing the most damage at the time. Do we want to do anything different? We probably want Burn to Ash, but it just doesn't make up for the Crusade damage on single. And then we probably want the Resonance for single target. Let's just test it and see what it is. We'll just use my old presets. Okay. So I should really make macros, but I mean it's stronger. Not by as much as I thought it might be. We'll go through one more set of 1 minute. Probably want this single judgment too, maybe. I mean, it's a. I mean, it's like it. I mean, it's a good 15% stronger. So this talent setup is at least. I don't know if these are the absolute best talents, but these are what I had as the best before the changes. But like 10 to 15% stronger single target. All right, let's try a Templar run here. After we get out of combat after a million years. So I was at like 47, 48. Templar single target. I don't know if that's really worth taking, but I'll try it. I mean, without the bug, it's probably gonna be less actually, despite any changes. I didn't think about that. The bug for Templar was really carrying it in single target. It was an AoE too, but yeah, it's not even close single target. Like even if I don't have the talents perfectly, this isn't even remotely competitive. Yeah, so have I. That's how I wanted it to be, with like Sun's Avatar burning everything. We'll see, but I have a feeling it's going to be dramatically lower. Maybe not though. We got another 1 minute. Yeah, that's what I've said that since the beginning. Just make Herald an AoE awesome thing. Who cares if it's even good in single target? And make Templar good for single target and raid. So like minor cleave as well. Yeah, it's definitely behind. Not by a lot though, to be fair. Templar is like more sustained than Herald is too. You don't lose as much of your damage when you're out of your cooldowns, and then you don't go up as much when you have your cooldowns up. I agree, man. Let's do one more 1 minute. I think that would be the same time as the Herald. I mean, it's only 3K difference, which is definitely within like margin of error testing on a dummy. And multiple things on Templar don't work well on dummies, like Empyrean Hammers. I think it's pretty dang close, and then Templar still could be better on single target, but it's definitely close compared to. It's so hard to tell with dummies though. That's why you have to get the simulations and stuff going because there's no other real good way to test. I found one decent way to test on the PTR that actually I ended up being extremely accurate was in the War Within. It's going to the world boss that's outside of the Dornagal or whatever by yourself on the PTR as RET and just single targeting into it. And that was like a really good way to test because everything was accurate and killing it solo. It wasn't like it wasn't perfect because like obviously you have to like heal yourself so occasionally and keep yourself alive, but it was pretty good and it gave me very accurate numbers. Whereas on the dummies, you don't get perfect numbers. I'd say Herald and Templar are pretty close single target. Herald's probably ahead a decent amount in dungeons. Yeah. Yeah, if you had a tank just holding threat off you and a healer just healing you and nothing else, like that would be perfect. That would be absolutely perfect. But I think what I'm going to focus on instead of like deciding which one's better right now, I think I'm just going to focus on the things that are clearly weak. So like the judgment, for example, that's probably like, and our mastery. Those are probably like the most glaring things that are really, 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 really bad. And focus on that a little bit. Yeah, it's just so it makes me not want to press it. And in fact, I'm guessing. Oh, I guess I could do this real quick. Let me. I wonder if Crusading Strikes is just better than pressing Judgment. Let's go to Templar. Because Herald, you have a little bit more incentive to press it now that it can trigger Blade. Let me do. The Master doesn't do anything anyway, so let me do this one so I have even more judgments to press. Let's see what Templar Strikes DPS is. If we only hit Templar Strikes and auto attack. It's obviously not. This isn't a perfect comparison, but it's like because Judgment's going to have longer cooldown. But the reality is you can almost always press Templar Strike. So the Templar Strikes part of it's very accurate. Looks like just under 10k. Just under 10k, we'll say. For just auto attack and Templar Strike. Templar Strike about 6k. Because I'm just genuinely curious because is it even worth pressing Judgment right now? I guess it puts the Judgment on the target, the debuff, 20% increased damage. So you're basically doing it just for the debuff, essentially. So obviously it's going to have a longer cooldown, but So it's obviously gonna be way lower. So let's throw some strikes in too, and then just compare like what their actual damage is. Right now, I would just guess that the debuff damage is worth more than the actual damage. All right, let's just look at this. Of course, we can't technically see it. Hyler's Judgment does nothing. But the Templar Strike DP, I wish it doesn't break it down for me here, unfortunately. I would want to see like what the slash and stuff does, but like, I mean, it does do more damage than Judgment. But you also get to press it all the time. Like one Judgment, 6,000. So yeah, it's pressing Judgment once does more damage than one of your. It does less damage than pressing it twice. Templar Strike and Templar Slash, but it does. So it's still worth pressing it. So at least it's worth pressing, because right now it feels so bad. Like I don't even want to press it, but I should still press it. It's still better to press than Crusader Strike and Templar Strikes. At least. So there's something going for it. Barely. But Templar Strike's a great filler thing to have. Crusader Strike auto attack is so much stronger now, but it's just with even the slower 20%, it's just so many less procs of your Art of War. %25 on critical strikes. If you got your crit high enough, and you could like guarantee procs of it, that's an interesting thing. Yeah. I wanted to see that too. I knew Wind Fury works with it now. If it counts as 2 hits, then that's clearly better, right? If you have Wind Fury. Yeah, so you tested it. So does it count as 2 hits? So like each one of those could technically proc your Art of War? Because if that's the case, then in like raid, you would 100% take it every time. 2 hits, 2 holy power. So 2 chances to proc Art of War. So yeah. Yeah, if it's counting as literally 2 hits, then that's 2 chances to proc Art of War, which is way better. At 20% slower, but 2 hit, 100% more hits. That's way better. If you don't have a shaman, that's where it gets interesting. On which one you'll play. Because our Apex talent does enough damage that you don't want to really give up procs of it. Which is interesting. Yeah, we need to focus on, for now, we need to focus on mastery being bad. Execution sentence damage is too low. Final verse weak. Judgment, Home of Wrath. Considered Mythic Plus, inviting a shaman. Yeah, right? Like, you'd want to team up with them for sure, if you could. Like, Ret's going to have an insane... No, I wouldn't be surprised if they just revert it and don't let it count or something, like they did in The War Within or Dragonflight, I mean. But if not, Ret will probably have like the highest value of Wind Fury. Because it's not only it's going to proc Art of War too. It's not just the damage from that. It's that it's also going to proc Art of War. Yeah, that's my thought too. And people get like usually I've done this long enough that I usually have a pretty good sense of what the intentions are that Blizzard's trying to do. And I don't know that this was intentional. I don't know if the Wind Fury with it was intentional or not. It's kind of cool if it is, but I'm just not sure if it was. I didn't know, for example, if the Divine Hammer giving you vengeance stacks was ever intended or not either. That might have just been a happy coincidence that made Templar really fun with the old Divine Hammer. I'm definitely not convinced that that was a actual design thing. It was an accident. A Divine Hammer was working as a spender basically, and they let it stay because people liked it so much. But if people love it this much, then maybe they'll let this stay too. Although it's going to create a big gap between people who have an Wind Fury Totem and people who do not have a Wind Fury Totem. So that's always an issue. Obviously, as somebody who used to focus mostly on raiding, but now don't because my guild disbanded or whatever. Or not disbanded, but just stopped raiding. Before I probably would have been like, oh yeah, we want this. And now that I'm probably going to mostly be doing Mythic Plus, I'm like, I don't know. This doesn't benefit me at all. We all become a little selfish, I guess, sometimes. I assume that the Hammer of Light being bigger is working. It's hard to tell if that's working or not, but hopefully that's working. That'll just improve its performance in general in Dungeon. If the radius thing is working, you'd have to like literally set it up on something to test it or something. Like you'd have to either find perfect target dummies or something to test that out. Or have people, tank stuff a certain way for you. Dun, dun. I'm disappointed in not taking Burn to Ash. I don't know. In Templar, you might not need Judge Jury, but still 5% holy power damage. It feels bad because our tier set is Expurgation, and so anything with a dodge, this enhances it. So it's like you think you would take it, but and maybe you will at some point. But just what are you gonna get rid of? Crusader, Judge Jury. Not a lot of choices down here to make. Yeah, we're going to look at the logs some more after I eat dinner, and then I'll probably put up a video tonight, kind of going over. I'll go over the positives of like that Herald feels better now. And the Templar, feels mostly the same. Obviously, not having that free Hammer of Light, not free, but the extra Hammer of Light stinks, but at least it was addressed. And the tier set is still not great. So I'll have to look at that too. But we'll try to get all that stuff into one video and talk about it tonight before I go to bed and stuff tonight. So, but yep, I think we're about to call it. So let me shout out the people. Of course, Thomas, who's here the whole time talking. We have Blink in here as well. I believe we had another Thomas at some point in here as well. And then, of course, we had MDS come through. And then, there you go. See MDS. And then you guys here at the end. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. Thanks for everyone who just clicked like, stopped by for a second, whatever. Appreciate you guys very much. We'll be back tomorrow. We might be doing something a little bit more casual tomorrow. If you just want to come and hang out and talk or chat or whatever. Hey, Big Lurk, heck yeah, MDS, I appreciate it. I might even play like Classic or something tomorrow just to do something more chill. I have my son's birthday party on Sunday, so I'll be late Sunday. We'll see what happens Sunday, but I'll probably just be late to start. But yeah, tomorrow probably a chill day. But again, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. You're awesome. You're all awesome, and I will see you next time.